lots of people, starting with Serpent.
Generally, you say that we're gonna be introducing ourselves instead of leaving a gap.
Look, we're a professional operation here.
I'm Tavi.
You guys get paid?
No one said anything about pay. I'm Rexty.
I'm paid in cheese balls. You should have negotiated harder in the contract.
There's a contract.
That one over there,
Yes.
Zinni.
Oh yeah, and it has to travel the ocean. Probably gonna take a while.
Say hi, Zinni.
I did.
I mean, you didn't, but
Why is that out? Oh,
Also, I'm similar. No, I just started.
It's in it, right?
No, that's just our friend being her.
I'll say something, please. Okay, you are.
it won't.
Why wouldn't that be great?
I shoot myself.
There we go. Made
it's
my
only
token.
hope.
You can now update my token. No, I am a professional.
Is it just in Danish that professional means that you get paid?
I mean, that is technically what professional means. Yes.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you
why
don't
I
have
asked
enough
for it.
experience to be paid.
Therein lies the joke, though. Because we are super not professional.
I'm the realist.
Hooray.
Now I'm
Science.
upside down.
No, you're laid down.
How do I rotate that?
My token is not yet me. It's all right. I am patient as long as I am still.
Huh. Whoops. I'm now
Yeah,
working
Oh my
on the ceiling.
goodness. Oh my goodness, I want to give my orc the fashionista. trait so bad. When requisitioning clothing for a single mission, gain bonus dice on social skill tests equal to the rarity of the clothing.
Okay, I've almost got it right. Oh, the orc is upside down now.
Yes. Yes, the orc is upside down now. This is not the way gravity is supposed to be. Adjust gravity. Fix that.
I found the rotate button. Haha!
Alas, rotate.
Do you have enough rotate button for the rest of the class?
I don't know. Maybe.
What is the rotate button?
Hold down Control and then use the mouse wheel.
Ah. Ooh. You spin me right round.
But
Yes,
we'll never
8
get
seconds.
anywhere.
And if you just speak the lyrics, you should be fine, right?
I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure how that works.
I thought song was part of song.
Well, because you can copyright lyrics as well. Yeah. Lyrics can also be
Okay.
copyrighted.
So just say every second word.
So,
You, me, round, right, like, baby, right, round.
so we have to
I think it loses something really.
enter everything into the sheet manual, yes?
You miscounted anyway. You skipped record.
Did I? Did I skip a record? See, this will never work.
That's just a normal thing in the orc.
I'm just gonna.
I will sing the song of my people. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Send our very proficient GM a screenshot.
That wasn't even the correct one. It's wag.
And I don't hear a difference between those two.
Okay, so
Zios, in what folder did you stick my my token picture?
they just applied your token, like it's right there.
Yeah, but I want to apply it to the picture section
No.
of the sheet now. So I
Not
need
just
to know.
his token. He just threw a green bucket of paint at the ogre, and apparently.
Everything's going so smoothly.
Facepalm. Anyway, Cyrus, can I go
Session
through,
0.
can I go through my XP expenditure, please, with you? Because if my XP expenditure is correct, then I am ready to just shove everything onto the sheet, basically. So my understanding is that we are starting a tier 2 game, which means we get 200 XP. You're not supposed to think so. You're supposed to know so.
Yeah, but you think.
Important question: is anyone actually proficient in this role-playing system?
No.
I have read the rules. That is the extent.
I looked at the artwork.
Usually, you when you start a new campaign, you have at least one person.
Frederick.
To be fair, it's a new rule set, so
It's a revised rule set, yeah. And also, to be fair, you do have two people that have played. Right? Both me and Zinni have played, just not in a while.
I
Have
mean,
you played
I have not.
specifically this game?
Yes.
That's
No.
good enough for me.
Quiet, Zinni. Agree with me.
At this point, no, I can't.
Again, fucker paints.
Hey, you're welcome.
Okay, so anyway. Starting with this 200 XP, I spent 20 XP to take Beastman. I know the Beastman rules are out of date because they're not up to date for this edition, but I'll take it if that's okay. You said I was okay to swap my intellect and strength round from my species, just a straight swap, because I wanted to make a medic which requires intellect. Anyway, so I spent 20 XP to get Beastman. I spent 6 XP to get Guardsman because, Guardsmen are very, very good and need all the XP. Yeah, the Guardsman class only costs 6 XP to get. Hang on, I could just, send you the thing. That's my expenditure list, but I'm going through it because stream. So yeah. Yeah, so I spent 48 more XP to get the Guardsman's attributes, and then 26 more to get the skills, all the recommended skills they have. I spent 20 XP to get the talent Die Hard, which is in the core rulebook. And then, as I said to you, I want to continue playing my Imperial Guard at tier 2, and Imperial Guard is a tier 1 class, which means I have to do an Ascension. So I've chosen to ascend through staying the course, which costs another 20 XP. I quickly go down to the Ascension thing so I can read it out. I think so, yes. Ascension. A veteran of your position, excelling far above your peers. Though not promoted, you have been recognized and rewarded. Your dependability has earned you greater recognition from your faction. Your peers know you by reputation, if not by appearance, and the mention of your name alone draws attention. Responsibility comes with this added authority. Your sponsor is more likely to call on you for assistance or assign you to a challenging mission. In some circumstances, you may be assigned temporary authority over an allied group. Your faction expects you to show discretion as a responsible leader. No.
That's about right.
But yeah, so that ascension package grants me +1 influence and 2 rare war gears with a value of 5, which I have decided to pick. I'm taking Carapace armor because, I'd like to not die. And my second thing that I've picked is the Chirurgeon's Tools, which is a holy surgical kit because I'm the medic. So that's my 2 rare war gears that I picked from part of my ascension. No, that's all in the ascension package. Now, this is the thing I'm going to regret. Yep. As part of this package, you have to either, because it usually represents, especially with the Guardsman, it represents that I lived past the 15-hour limit. The 15-hour limit for the Imperial Guardsman is the average time that an Imperial Guardsman is expected to live once entering their first combat. Most Imperial Guardsmen do not survive their first encounter. Yep.
This is true.
So, as part of that, memorable injury. The DM has to pick a memorable injury that I got in an engagement. Normally, in character creation, the rest of the group have to pick the injury, but because this is an ascension, you have to pick what injury I took, and what battle.
I might suggest that the players pick the injury anyways, since the ascension is part of character creation.
This is true. Okay, let me go get the sheet.
I mean, I would just end up going roll it.
They probably will. Page 194 for memorable injuries. Scrolling. Right now, I'm just scrolling down the pages on this PDF.
It says here that I get to start with 47 strength. No, this is my book. I'm just reading my book. In my book, it says 47 strength. I don't know what to say.
Here it is.
No, it says right here, chosen of the Emperor plus 47 to strength.
Okay, a memorable injury. Permanent reminder of a battle you nearly died. Whenever you reveal your memorable injury, you gain a +1 bonus die to intimidation tests. Okay, guys, rest of the group. How did I get injured? Your options are there are 6 options and it's a 1 to 60 roll. Are we rolling or what we're doing here?
It's your injury. You figure it out.
Well, you guys have to pick. It's part of the character creation.
No, it's your character. You're creating your character. You pick it. I've got enough up here trying to make my character.
The point is, yeah, the point is that you want the party to decide something that's really cool and awesome, as opposed to the player being tempted to, pick something that would be least detrimental to their character.
Yeah, but also
I
it does
say roll
actually.
for it.
Yeah, it does actually specify in the rules that if it's character creation, the party has to pick the injury, not the player. Anyway, the first one is a battle scar. And then this can be anything from, it says, the summary of this is missing fingers. The second one is a focused burn. The next one is a broken jaw. The next one is a nervous twitch. And the final one is a torn ear.
You're a beast. You're a Xeno, right?
No, I'm an abhuman.
Abhuman, a beast human.
Close enough.
Quiet, sister. Yep.
I kind of like torn ear for that then, because like the typical like beast human with the notched ear, or ragged ear. Seems looks like that would be fun. Nobody else? Okay.
Yeah. Nobody else weighing in.
I would have said either notched ear or visible scar, but that's up to you.
Torn ear it is then.
Yeah, notched ear. Or torn ear, I think it should, because it's supposed to be a significant scar. It should be like an ear torn to tatters.
Yeah. You don't have that installed?
No, it's not. You gotta install that. Yeah.
Well, our rolls still show up on stream. That is all that really matters.
That is true. That is true.
Okay.
Well, the dice won't show up, but like the results of our rolls will show up. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to remember to call that out. Then,
Yeah, I heard the dice roll.
yeah.
Ooh, bad luck.
Wait, chat. Here we go. That's what I needed. Great.
Alrighty. I'm gonna stop filling in the sheet and
I am still working out equipment, but I think I've got a good basis. And please, if this stuff sounds like I've worked it to where like it's no longer mechanically viable, please tell me. So, what I've got, with the exception of my equipment, and yeah.
I mean, the fact that I don't have any idea of what I'm doing, I'm just
This is
no.
what faction
No.
are we with, by the way? Yeah, basically, it's a thing in the game that I don't think has any like real mechanical stuff, but it's in the character sheet. It has accomplishments and goals. Okay, so that would be the main protagonist would be what? Wow.
yeah, Astra Militarum.
Okay, so is that the faction we're all part of? Like my Inquisitor branded orc?
I believe we established that the sanctioned orc is going to either need to be with an inquisitorial retinue or with a rogue trader's retinue. Because those are the only two powers that would have the power to have an orc. Yep. The general gist of what I'm getting, I'm the idea I think I'm getting here is like we're all gonna have been pulled out of something in the region, like in this space station, by the Blood Ravens. So like for me, it's going to have been my regiment has stopped here for R&R, and they've gone and got you and just grabbed me.
I mean, that works for me. That honestly works for me.
I mean, I'm attempting to try and piece together what the hell I'm doing, since I'm wanting to do tech priest. But then again,
Yeah, your faction will be fuck. Adeptus Mechanicus.
part where I was stuck at, but
So you
Pull up the core rulebook. There we go.
go back to character creation.
So,
You start by
my faction
picking
would then be Rogue
orcs.
Trader, I guess. Orcs.
Rogue
Oh, my
Trader.
faction would be orcs.
Yeah, I think it would be orcs. Yeah.
Okay. I have a custom archetype because I didn't like the orc boy for this character. My let's see. I am going to be one of the Death Skulls. I thought about Blood Axes, but Death Skulls just seems to fit me better from what I read about it. My strength is 3, my toughness 4, my agility 3, initiative 2, willpower 2, intellect 3, fellowship 1. So I'm very tough. I'm pretty good at melee and ranged. I am a. What's that?
Have you spent all 200 XP?
I have spent 197 XP. I couldn't find
Okay.
anything that was only 3 XP.
Oh, so skills are 2 XP to level up from 0 into 1.
Are they?
They are. That's what I used my last 4
Oh,
XP
so
on.
they are. So they are. Well, that's good. I will then use that to give myself a point of deception. Sure. Why not?
Yay. Okay,
Oh,
so
yay.
Zinni.
So you'll see this as I update it then.
yeah.
Oh, that was the one moment, Zinni. The other thing I meant to bring up is attributes have a maximum rating by species.
Yes.
I wanted to say that as a beastman, I would like to take the similar to orc because beastmen and orcs are pretty much the same in stature and strength, and beastmen aren't supposed to have a lot of intellect, so it felt like it's probably the best thing we can use for it.
Do they not have a standard spread for beastmen in the game?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. I know you're having to update it on the fly from first ed, so. So basically, Zed is mostly good at combat because, orc. He's got a 2 in cunning because he can, figure things out sometimes. He's got a 1 in deception. He's got only a 1 in awareness. He's got a 3 in intimidation because, again, orc. He's got a 1 in survival and a 1 in tech because he's a little bit good at tech, although mostly it's his tech.
Okay. I will say, because your stat spread sounds low compared to mine, but I ascended, so
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about is whether the stat spread is too low, but I put a lot of stuff into skills.
okay. I went the
Um,
other way and put a lot of into the attributes.
yeah.
So anyway, Zinni, your first thing for character creation is you have to pick your species,
Human.
and you have 200 XP to spend.
My
Yes,
goodness.
because I can actually still make myself look like the thing I was going to do anyway.
priest is
I would be killed on sight. Being that.
I mean,
yeah.
that's
Beast.
what the Inquisition mark is for.
No,
They gave me
tech-
this nice tattoo that says "Don't murder."
I mean, tech priest add human does not exist.
Yeah. There are
Oh, fair,
there are no abhumans in the Adeptus Mechanicus
fair.
at all.
That's why I could just use machines to make myself look like it. It's just enhancements that I did for while I was down on Worlds.
So yeah, Tech Priest is a tier 3 archetype though. Pretty sure there's a Ascension package though, but I'll get there in a second. Yeah, 2/2 characters start with 200 XP. You spend XP to get your species. I believe human is free, which gives you more XP to spend.
Yes, human is free.
Equally, though, human doesn't get any starting bonuses, I don't think.
That is correct. The abilities that I get for being an orc do not do anything for human.
Yeah, it's like as a beastman, I got bonuses to some attributes. So you have to spend your XP on attributes and on skills. There are charts for both of these in the book. I would suggest going for your archetype first and then going from there, because archetypes, like, they give you points.
There we go.
Oh, here we go. Zinni, your base speed is 6 as a human.
Yeah.
So as a Death Skull, I get my plus rank bonus to tech and influence rolls or influence tests. For some reason, it doesn't want to save here, but that's fine.
What do you mean? They are wanting to, but we're doing a tier 2 campaign, you said.
Yeah, but like if we
I-
continue
I-
the campaign long enough, then we level up to tier 3, and that would at which point things become possible.
Say, and I had been saying this entire time, go type.
Well, they could just straight make a Skitaris. Skitaris is tier 2 in the Adeptus Mechanicus. A frontline soldier whose human form has almost entirely been replaced with enhancements and augment. That's what advancement is. Well, if Zinni's gonna straight up make a tier 3 character, then it's up to the DM to decide if the campaign goes up to tier 3. That does raise the difficulty.
Oh, it.
Why is Sin suddenly really quiet?
Yeah, I can't hear Sin.
Oh, I was muted, but how the fuck did you hear me when I was muted on my headset?
You must have
Huh?
a secondary source or something. I don't know.
I have just one.
I did specify I don't know.
I think that. No, I've been talking for like a minute. I thought it was weird when people interrupt me from time to
Sorry.
No, because you couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
um.
The
Oh,
problem
so-
is me changing this means that my entire thing is now a different entire thing in terms of stats.
but my great, we could solve this if is the tutorial fight or anything here is that gonna actually translate into the campaign? That should have been. Yeah, I found out halfway I don't want to play a Ogrim, but I made it anyway because I thought it wouldn't do anything for the campaign. Because it sounded like that there was no expectation of us getting to do this today on Assassin's Zero. I just made some quick character.
Yeah, that's what this is for.
It is a session 0, it's for making a character.
It takes so long. With no, especially with no fucking proper character builder. I definitely would. Just, at least in Pathfinder, there's apps for that. Oh, absolutely have phone. I will have tablets. I bring my motherfucking tablet to role playing.
I don't know if this will help you, but Doctors of Doom has a character creator for Wrath and Glory.
Yes, that's what I'm using. The only thing is be careful about the options you choose because it has more options in the character creator than are available to us.
And some are outdated.
All right, I was just saying, I found it in like 3 seconds, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm using. It's very useful.
Yeah, I thought we couldn't use because it was outdated, but okay. Then
I do not believe it is outdated. No, I'm not having any trouble with that.
Well, the Ogren trait is oh, it's Ogren Warrior. I did that wrong actually. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine to be. It's fine to be stimming. Don't worry about it. I mean, I could be
So-
holding a fidget spinner right now, and you wouldn't know.
So, Zayas, on this character sheet it says base and then rating for skills. Is rating like you've leveled it up, or where do I put the level up? Or does the level up just go into base? Nope. So I assume base is like. Okay, that's attributes, not skills. Yeah, but what does the rating slot mean? Is that the okay? So base is character creation then. Okay, so I will be putting all of these into it then for now. Okay.
Just for the Doctor's Doom, like the Oaken Warrior abilities is completely different from what's in the book. In Doctor's Doom, it has Let It Rip, something about shooting when they're doing a charge attack, and in the book it has Avanos Muscle, some bonus to melee charge, claustrophobic, and the bad happens there, and simple loyalty. Something about other Imperiums easier to do leadership checks on Ogren. Like, there is definitely a difference between the Doctors of Doom and the book.
Yeah. When you're creating your character sheet, what I highly recommend is you go to the compendium, which is in Foundry. It is the second icon from the bottom, I think, second or third. It's the book. And then what will happen is you'll have two sections, core rulebook and Forsaken Systems, and you can use these to go through each thing. The main thing you're going to look at is items, because under items is going to be everything that's there in that module: abilities, archetypes, ascension packages, equipment, factions, keywords, mutations, psychic powers, species, talents, and then for Forsaken Species, Forsaken Systems, there's some other stuff. What you can do is you can go to any of those things and drag and drop them onto your character sheet, and it will automatically fill in all the stats for it. For instance, I'm an orc from the Death Skulls. I went down to keywords. I dragged orc and I dragged Death Skulls over to my keywords, and it auto-filled them. For my abilities, I'm taking the Brutalist talent, the Dual Wield talent, the Mordaka talent. I just dragged and dropped them from the talents guide.
Oh, really?
Automatically fills them in, automatically
it.
does everything.
I've been going through the book and the
Oh, never mind,
Foundry,
I found it.
putting it manually this whole time.
Oh no.
Yeah, I started doing that, and then I realized, oh wait, this is Foundry. I can I can do better. If it's something you own yourselves and we don't have the Foundry module for it, or if it's something from the Apocrypha, you will have to enter that manually. Which means I think Pythia, a lot of your stuff is going to have to be entered manually no matter what. Unfortunately, you also have to buy the modules. Yeah, that's just how Cubicle 7 decided to do this. And also make sure that you add your species abilities into your abilities tab under the abilities tab. I believe that is correct. Let me check just to make sure. Yeah, like I get Outsider, Orky, and Bigger is Better, which should all be dragged. guess Outsider's just something I'll have to remember. But the other good thing is that if there are mechanics associated with that ability, it automatically fills in the mechanics.
It has a character crate in here?
It's not a full character creator. You have to know what you're dragging over. It doesn't fill it in for you. That's where the Doctors of Doom page is good. But once you know what you're putting on your character sheet, you can drag and drop to have it automatically fill in the mechanics of it.
But I can press plus and minus on things and it calculates XP for me?
I'm not sure about XP. I haven't tried that out yet.
It does. I see the XP is escalating quickly how much it costs for next.
Oh yeah, it does calculate the XP, doesn't it?
This is so much better. See, why didn't you tell me?
Oh yeah. This is neat. This is well designed.
Yes, you have used Foundry many times longer than I have.
However, I can't see how to add XP to us. Zyos, you may need to add XP to us. We should each have 200 XP to play with. I do not know. I cannot.
In the character crate, I see XP available 200.
Where does it?
I don't know. I dragged the Sanction Saga onto my character sheet, and then the character creator they ask, do you want to begin character creator? I said yes, and then that popped up.
Okay, what did you drag onto your character sheet?
Sanction Saga, one of the archetypes.
The archetype. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Unfortunately, I'm doing a custom archetype, so.
Eh, hmm?
Yeah. I mean, there's
I'm
got to be
looking
a way
right
for you
at
to
it,
add
but I don't know how to bring this up.
stuff.
If I actually close it, I would be doomed. I think you forget the many times on roll trains. I close my spells again. Why? Why is grooming kit a war gear? Or is war gear just any equipment?
Yeah, it's any equipment.
I just have a different association to war gear.
Yeah, they just call it war gear in this one, even though that's normally an orky term, I guess. But that's what they call it in this system.
At least in the the love the RTS for 40k Dawn of War, they also call the equipment the war gear for the Space Marines.
Oh, well, shows what I know then.
I mean that's a third-party video games, and
yeah.
I think they also called it when in the tabletop when you buy options for your little characters. Like this one gets a bigger armor. That's also war gear.
No, I have not.
I'm looking at this very editable XP available box.
Well, no, there's an XP available box, but I can't change it.
Why is the okay? Another screenshot. Why do you Chewbacca? the third time you've done it. When I here. Yeah, I can edit. Oh wait, I haven't actually tried to edit. Hold on. Yeah, I can edit it. Uh, I mean, whatever you add, I'll just edit it to 200. Eh, got him.
Oh, congratulations, Google, making everything worse.
Did I do that?
Utterly useless. Amazing how one of the most important websites on the internet has just destroyed itself.
Oh, on that background thing, origin, accomplishment, and goal. At least according to this character creator, you only get one of the bonuses. Not one from each section.
You get one. You get one from each.
And I can only select one in total.
On my character sheet, I have a slot for each of them.
Oh, weird.
Modules are all chosen by you. We can't use any modules that you don't have in the, put in the system.
I see hyperlink for equipment my character has. I click. You do not have sufficient permission to view the sheet for this item. But it's mine. Mm-hmm.
What's this gonna do?
It's going so well.
Oh, I bet I know how I could do this. I bet I can stick Orc Boy in my archetypes and then customize. Maybe I can't. Customization. There we go.
Nice.
There's a bet. Can I?
our skills start at 0?
Yes, but you get dice on your skills from your attributes.
That's what the thing is doing. Maybe I should read on how psychic powers work before I assign stats.
There we go.
It'd be so nice if you could just drag an archetype onto your shit and it gives you all the gear and everything.
Yeah.
That would be great.
That's exactly what happened.
Aha! I can bring the archetype sheet up and drag the bits off the sheet onto it. Yeah.
Shuffle, shuffle.
And
Alright. Did we ever settle the tier thing?
That's kind of important.
Ah,
Yeah, that's another 100 XP. Gotta ascend this character again.
Yes, 300 XP.
But
and then you get Warhammer Fantasy macros.
Question is, do I want to start my custom archetype at 3, or do I want to start it at 1 or 2 and then Ascension?
Yes.
I'm definitely doing that.
I haven't really done anything yet that's worth saving, so.
a second. As good as I'm
think
gonna be,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, I've still got a lot of work to do on it, but it's saved for now. This is why I spent like 2 months prepping for that Pathfinder game, which fell apart after 2 sessions. Just whipping Foundry into shape.
Did Foundry like it?
I mean, didn't hear any complaints.
It has something to do with the gag.
Look, I'm not going to talk about why I didn't hear any complaints.
I think the police wants to know why.
No, it was all consensual. Or at least I didn't hear any complaints.
You should probably, while you're there, then you should probably look for any of Wrath and Glory's like core module add-ons. If there's a, did you get the keywords one? No, the keywords. There is apparently a keywords compendium. Because I noticed that we don't have that. Because I was trying to find the keyword I was trying to put in.
We do. It's in the compendium in the main thing when you go to items. Everything that you can drag your character sheet is under items, including keywords.
I know, but I went onto there, and then under that section it said, find the rest of the keywords in the keywords compendium.
I did not have that problem. It was right there for me.
It might load up when we load it up then. Yeah. So how's the Battle Sister creation going?
It was going okay.
Everything changed.
It was going okay, and then we teared up. I mean, you did say tier 2. I mean, the campaign as a whole doesn't have to tear up.
Okay.
Just it makes it significantly harder. That's if we don't all tear up. That's all.
Yeah, that's.
I don't even know what I'm going to do now.
By Dreadnought.
You might as well check while you're doing that. You there? Forsaken System book. Do you have new archetypes for me? You do have new archetypes for me. Canoness.
Oh, fan made. I heard Femme. I was gonna ask you.
It's probably already in probably just wasn't loading. Foundry does this. Oh wow. Ogre species is expensive to take.
Yep.
putting 9 intelligence or am I putting 6 intelligence? Does not. Do I put intelligence or do I put 6 because of the you're saying 3 and then suggested 6?
Sorry, I had my head off there a second. What? What about it?
The numbers on the rule book.
Yes. What about them? You want to know how much they cost or what?
No. I'm trying to figure out because the top bit's saying intelligence 3, but then the other bit's like suggested 6.
The suggestion is suggestion. It lists cost next to suggestion.
Yeah.
Damn.
So the
That's
suggestion is not free.
That's not the question I'm asking.
You put the 3 in because that's what you get with the tech priest. The 6 is them suggesting what you should spend your XP on.
Yes, that listed of suggested attributes and skills is a predefined package. So you can spend 77 XP to get those points. So in other words, if you spent the 77 XP, you would turn your intelligence from 3 into 6. Your fellowship would be 1, your will would be
That's
3,
what I
etc.
was asking.
There you go.
What about every 10 seconds?
Yay, dice. Okay, so I found out that I can just choose an archetype and then go through the initial character creation thing with minimum stuff, and then click on the archetype of the character sheet and edit it. So,
Like you were able to
I-
put an archetype onto the sheet.
yeah, onto the sheet.
How?
You
You
drag.
go to the compendium where it says core rulebook,
Mm-hmm.
and then to items, and then to
Yeah.
archetypes.
You're kidding me. It's all.
I went through this like 10 minutes ago. When were you there?
Yeah, that's what I told you with all that stuff. Is okay.
pain was unheard. Oh, speaking of pain,
All right, new plan.
and so you know this is a European system, right? There's gonna be no feet. There's only meters.
That's all right.
I'm sending you the picture of the. Because I don't know how to.
Sias, can you reset my character sheet? I'm just gonna start over. It is way too complicated now for me to like ascend again. I'm lost. Yeah.
Where do we drag Ascension?
It's okay, guys. I only wasted an hour of character creation. Plus the 4 hours I did earlier.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's remove those. That's down at the bottom.
Okay, so I go to the compendium because items is apparently where everything is. Just delete it. Hmm?
No murder
Yes.
noises detected.
It's not finished yet. Work. It's what they can do. Use it for now. Edit.
not skull things.
Yes, do you need some easily possible video game while we uh, it's in effect you who needs a fidget spinner. I have
There's
two
Marvel.
fidget spinners. Eh? Eh? Yeah, sure, that's what this is.
So I've successfully created a custom species.
Right.
I have no idea how to get the abilities to work. What if I could just steal an ability off of Orc? That might be the way to go here. Oh wait, I could just steal an ability off the ability list. Yeah, it's even better.
That'd be cool.
Hold on. So, conjure flame, the psychic power. Well, if flame exists, you're immune to effects, though you're not immune to the effects fired from any other source. Nor is your clothing or any items you're holding. Is it talking about the other fire effect, or is the conjure flame that only my body is immune to, but anything I'm holding on my clothes is not immune to the conjure flame?
No, your gear is also protected from the flames you conjure.
Yeah, okay. Also, we're gonna see a lot of naked wizard.
We won't. It'll happen one time and then I'll kill you. Oh,
It's not. It's
it's
just
in the
unpleasant.
books.
In their books.
That's gonna. I'm gonna hear that sentence a lot, aren't I?
It's in the book of the rule of Sorotas. It's just like in ink at the end, added on.
But why is that text on the
If you pray hard enough to the Emperor, you will never need to go to the bathroom.
Everybody's an idol.
And because you've got a sister with you, they just might turn up.
There we go. That's as good as I'm going to get with that. Okay, let's load up some gear.
Okay, so 30 of the 100 XP I gain is what it costs to ascend, yeah?
Ascension is Ascension package. You have to pick a package. They all have different costs.
Oh, I'm just staying the course.
Look up stay the course and see what the cost is for staying the course to tier 3.
Okay, so it says that I have to roll on the injury table anyway.
Well, yeah, those are actually from the from the rule book. That's not even me. But yes, I do have the Mordaka talent because yeah, of course I
You must
do.
have.
Of course I do.
It's in your nature.
Wait, what book are the Seraphim in?
Yeah, I found it too. And for some reason now I can actually change it. I could not change that before. You shouldn't be. I don't know. I'm deep in the compendium right now.
I remember asking you what the fuck you were looking for on my character sheet. No. Why is GM's hand in the coke jar, of which my hand is currently occupying?
Mm.
That may be something I have to get. That may just fit my character purpose way too much.
Even more darker?
No. No, I'm highly considering cranium.
So I know you've just gone through all that to do that, but I need a new character sheet. Purely because I completed my character, and now we're tier 3, and I can do the other thing I wanted to do instead.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to start over than pull anything from it. Dinosaurus Rex. Yeah, like Tyrannosaurus Rex. There is a reason my YouTube is Jurassic Park. Raise him. I hear your heart beat to the beat of the drum.
Yes. Okay. I'm happy with what I've got here. And that is 299 XP for me, which I think is as close as I'm going to get. Except for my gear. Yes. Still gotta get gear. The real reason or the cover reason? As far as the viewers will know, I am attached to a rogue trader. I actually took the powerful patron advancement to get me up from tier 2 to tier 3, and I took a rogue trader as a patron. So I have been attached to a rogue trader and who has presumably attached me to this group of the Inquisition. What I can do is I can make the patron a member of the Inquisition instead, if that's easier. I will have a patron who is basically assigned me to this group. Okay, so I should probably choose a different thing, but that's fine. All I need to do is know what faction my trader is with, and that will give me that keyword. Yeah, it's kind of important that my patrons survive because he's also going to be a fucking thorn in my side. Let me read you the what I chose for both of my my Ascension packages. I chose the same package for both of the Ascension packages. And that is, if I can get to it. Hang on. Oh, where is it?
Glad I didn't choose a Rogue Saga.
I'll just read it from the book. Okay, well, I won't then. I'll do something else. It doesn't really matter because that's not important for the particular Ascension.
I thought you only said. I thought you only said that you couldn't be a rogue trader.
Yeah, you didn't say we couldn't have a rogue trader patron. You did say just don't play a rogue trader class for this campaign.
It honestly doesn't matter. I want whatever patron makes me more likely to actually work with these people despite being an orc. It might even be better to have the Inquisition as my rogue trader patron. Or an Inquisitor, rather. So, demanding patron is what I have chosen. Your exploits have caught the attention of someone powerful. They will sponsor your future deeds, though they have demands in return. Work with your GM to determine who your patron is. They may be a distinguished member of your faction, an honored aristocrat of your species or another, or a well-connected underworld dealer. Your patron might not be aligned with your goals, but it is worth considering who your character would, or more importantly would not, work with. Times are dire in the Gilead system, and strange bedfellows abound, but everyone has their limits. How you secured this deal with your patron could be an entire adventure in itself, one that pushes your character to their limits to impress their benefactor. Your patron may be able to provide you with a range of resources depending on their station. A wealthy or militaristic patron might lend you assets, war gear, or vehicles. A connected patron may grant access to otherwise forbidden locations or furnish you with obscure and mysterious information. Your patron always makes demands in return for these favors. They may ask you to do a task for them, possibly one that contradicts your group's goals. Disobeying a powerful patron or being unable to repay them will certainly lead to punishment. XP cost is 10 per tier, per the new tier rather. Skill requirement is Persuasion 3, which I now have. It's more Persuasion than I was originally intending, but I want that for this Ascension. Uh, I get the keyword for whatever the faction of my patron is. Uh-huh. Okay, in that case, I will choose a second. Actually, in that case, I will start at tier 2 and choose just that one time for my ascension to tier 3, because my second demanding patron is who I discussed with you, the war boss that I'm secretly reporting to. Basically, that's going to get me +2 influence, and uh, yeah. Then what I will do with that is I will swap this around. I will turn my Big Fink archetype to tier 2 to start out there. Fine. And then I will get rid of one of my demanding patron things and just leave the other one, which is the war boss I am reporting to, which no one else knows about. So basically that's mechanically there. I get a little bit more influence because I'm working with him. I can call on him for favors, but also he can demand things of me. It says that story element, you now report to a demanding patron between every adventure. When you take this ascension package, choose gain one of the following. Immediately gain 1 item of rare war gear with a value of 3 plus new tier. Immediately gain 2 assets, or immediately gain +2 influence per tier ascended. As a placeholder, I'm putting +2 influence. I might change that over to 1 item of rare war gear if I like that, since rare war gear with value 6 is pretty nifty. Pardon me.
Okay, so I need to ask this. When I'm looking at suggested attributes, STAI, what's the I? Is that intelligence there or is that initiative? Because we also have
Initiative.
INT, which could be both.
Initiative.
Okay. Just double checking.
You don't use your intelligence to swing a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Intellect.
intelligence is INT.
Okay.
A little bit confusing, but oh well.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was confused. I didn't
Yeah.
know that the I was used to use my weaponry because I haven't got that far yet.
See if I need to switch that around.
You mean?
Lightning.
Lightning.
Now here's my question. When we decide what war gear and rarity we can start out with, war gear value and rarity we can start out with, do we take the tier that our archetype is, or do we take tier 3?
You take your archetype's initial gear when you bought that archetype, and then you
Well, in my case, it's a custom archetype. So
if you're promoting upwards, then as part of the promotion package, it'll tell you what war gear you can get.
okay, so I should take then tier 2 because that's where I started before I did Ascension. It's still pretty nifty.
Can't take my background bonus. Ran away.
Oh my god.
Ian can't even keep track of his own NPCs.
Head for the hills. Head for the hills.
What hills? We are on a space station. It waited for someone to open the door and then it flew in. Just like a pigeon.
Flew out.
No, it had a word with his old friend, who's the servo school in charge of the door.
You see, the server score is attached to me. Mine now. I legally acquired it. And you'll never get it back. Sounds about right.
Very texty.
I'm getting there. One problem is I'm going to have to copy out my ability because it's not in the pack that we've got in the compendium.
I have no idea why. Because
The Forsaken System stuff is on the right hand side. Like, open the Forsaken System book and go to items. I believe you're looking for Seraphim, which should be in there. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
Have you got the dice set up to show the wrath die? Okay. Because it's we need to know when the wrath die hits certain numbers. Let's do.
You know, it'll be easier if I just ascend this twice through stay the course on it. Yeah. I'll double up on stay the course, so.
Okay, let's test this and see how this works.
Eh.
Yeah, there's a rat die. There's a rat die. That works. Okay, cool.
Alright. Anyone know how you get access to the psychic disciplines?
The psychic powers.
Yeah, but there's the universal psychic abilities, then minor psychic powers, and then there's the disciplines of psychic disciplines.
Are you asking about the powers themselves, or
No, the biomancy, pyromancy, divination disciplines. It
Oh, okay.
says you need training in them, but I can't find, like, do you need to pay something to get into the school, or?
Do not know. Hang on.
It's the only prerequisite I can find is like most of them just requires the psychic keyword, and then there's some that require another power from that school.
There we go. Gaining psychic powers. Except that that's not apparently there.
I thought I highlighted the most important words because I'm playing a psychic. No, that's why I thought you need some thoughts. So I'm sure there's a roll on the naughty table that says you're possessed.
Oh, there is. Oh, there is.
They're a psycho. This is going to happen straight away. This will most likely happen. I'm not joking.
Don't
I have
worry.
Take a look.
I will
have
show
one found-
mercy and sympathy, okay? They're the names of my hand flamers.
I have found the limit break button. Rather, both of them.
Psyker, you know, the universal psyker.
Oh, hey, I found the
Oh,
psychic
geez.
disciplines. How did I get here? This is not what I was after. I found the psychic disciplines. I don't know how I got here. This isn't what I was searching for.
Get here.
Okay, psychic powers are all. Yeah, psychic powers are their own chapter.
I couldn't hear you both of you talking at the same time.
Sorry, chapter 11 in the core rulebook is all about psychers. I'm trying to look through this right now to figure out how to do that.
Well, at least there's. I know there's some restricted, like the where to go. The Maleficarium discipline requires you to have the Chaos keyword. I don't have the
We,
Chaos keyword. Runes of Battle
Yes.
require the Eldari keyword.
You
Along with
you
psychic.
should not have the chaos keyword. That is not a good thing for you to have.
Yeah.
but it has to be a good thing. The chainsword has the chaos keyword, and that's the
What?
best weapon.
Huh? Are you using the correct? Did you yoink a Chaos Space Marines chainsaw?
No, like if you look at in the core rulebook, if you look at the item for the chainsword, it specifies that it has like at least I think it says Imperium and Chaos on it as the keywords.
What was that?
You misspelled again.
I damn it. I think I only got like 25 XP left over sort of weapons. My armor.
Okay, I rolled the other injury for the second ascension. So I've got the torn ear. So I've got an ear that was torn in battle and basically shredded, and I have a put for the effect there. She has tinnitus in that ear. Then the other one is the game has decreed that she has a bad knee. So she has a nervous twitch, which is a bad knee. So I've put after surgery on the battlefield resulted in a bad knee, didn't heal properly.
The that knee? Or this knee?
Yeah, sorry. The chainsword specifically has the chain and chaos keywords, not the Imperial.
Titus was her heretic this entire time.
So all the keywords just mean you need to have one of those keywords to buy it, except for certain things like, psychic abilities, which require you to have all the keywords relevant to it.
Oh, never mind then.
As far as I can tell. So, like, yes, you can have a chainsword.
That's the thing. It was an option for my original character, tier 2. It's not an option for the tier 3 one, but I get a whole bunch of stuff instead, so I'm not really bothered.
Yep. Sen.
Yeah.
I found your disciples again. Your disciplines again. On the core rulebook, open the tables one, and it says discipline exchange. Is that what you're after?
No, I'm in the book. Some of the psychic powers are listed under different disciplines, and it said that you need training to. Yeah, you can. It says something you can buy them if you have the training. Fuck, where did it? I got away from it. You may be trained in one or more disciplines and may learn psychic powers from a discipline you are trained in by spending XP, but... Or is it just the psychic power and it's kind of arbitrary? Some of the disciplines are in the powers are in a discipline category. Like, would I be able to just buy warp speed and then a biomancy and forewarning in the divination discipline, and there'll be no additional cost or anything?
are you asking for her given imperial name? Or are you asking for what everyone calls her? Steeltooth. Yeah, her name is Bliss. Bliss Steeltooth Spitsum. Like everyone in Kato-chan regiments gets a nickname, and that's what everyone calls them. And generally, no one calls them anything else. And especially with her being a beast woman, no one's bothered to learn her name.
They give those things names.
Can you guess why she's called Steeltooth?
Is it because you've got teeth that is steel?
No, it's because she steals teeth.
Oh, that's not good. Dims is valuable.
No, it's because she eats literally anything.
Oh, me too.
Hence, Steeltooth.
Sometimes I shouldn't, but I do.
The ox only has the rumblies. That only hands
There is actually a talent that I can take that lets me eat anything, but I did not take it.
Sister.
Hmm.
Okay. Obviously she has a full name, but she tends to just go by sister because she's usually the only one of her sect anywhere at one time. At least this far from Terra.
Not yet.
Don't even bother asking me. Yes. You had to wait a while. Because I knew something was coming. when I'm being snippy, you retaliate.
You can manually adjust our XP, right? Okay.
I put it in note of how much I have spent. I can't change spent.
Can you change my XP to? I should have 80 XP currently, and spent should be 200. Oh,
Put it in notes.
okay. It's just that the system is not tracking my XP expenditure. Like, it is saying I've only spent 46, but I have 2 Ascension packages, and that's not 46 XP. I can tell you that right now.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Hell yes, that is absolutely what I'm doing. Okay. This is 16, so I have 4 more to play with. Yeah, entirely unrelated stuff. Entirely unrelated stuff. Entirely unrelated stuff. Ignore what's about to happen to my character sheet, I'm sure.
I'm so upset. There's a list of every psychic power in the disciplines, and I see living lighting. Control F living lighting. This is the only one that matches. Living lighting sounds cool. I want to know what it does. But there's no entry for living lighting. There's none in compendium either.
We're missing some of the books. So.
But in the core book, it says living lighting. I see it right there. But that only in the discipline exchange is it listed. That there's no actual entry for living lighting. In the book, it says living lighting.
Yeah, so things that reference the core book in the extra books, because of the way Foundry works, I believe it's been programmed in, but you don't have access to it if you don't own the stuff.
No, I'm talking about Foundry. I'm talking about I'm looking at the book.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's dumb.
Someone forgot about it. That's what happened.
In
there.
the core. Did they plan? And you have been mowing about that, but you chose to fill in it. You could have. No, but this is the core rulebook for the fucking role-playing system. If you don't have living lighting, just don't list it. Yeah, maybe Google will tell me. Ref and living light.
That's going to be insane. That's going to be magnificent. So I'm starting out with 2 big shooters and the combi weapon upgrade, which means I have a double barrel big shooter. Me.
Looks human. Well, probably some doesn't consider Psych as human.
I'm actually
That makes
Eldari.
sense.
I'm an Eldari. I just fell madly in love with a specific Space Marine, so I switched sides.
Epic game.
You have a very good deadpan.
To be fair, I was the straight man in my comedy training, so that makes sense.
Magnificent, magnificent.
Yeah, no, I'm human.
Human. Definitely doesn't have a human appearance. But that's because it's
That's
that'd still be perfectly acceptable for a tech priest.
yeah, it's Adeptus Mechanicus. Their social will be treated as Adeptus Mechanicus. So like your average Joe is not going to trust them, but that's because they weird space magic people that make the shiny blue things work.
Yeah, the way they look is unlikely to make them any more shunned than Adeptus Mechanicus in the first place.
I was wandering around in a death world for a bit.
A D6 or something. Well, it's going to be that one.
No.
I mean, go ahead and roll and
they
see if
could
we
draw.
tie there, Tavia, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be that one that I just rolled right there.
There could be another one.
Pretty sure.
And then you have to pick between ones.
Whoa, I'll win.
You win a pineapple. I'll just keep the pin over here.
Good. I was gonna eat it. Spicy.
I'll make a note that I've lost one of my frog grenades.
Cause of loss, eaten.
Wow, I am very young.
Test roll coming in.
But I have set my own dice. With a pineapple.
Yeah, all you do is you go to settings in the side thing and click configure settings and then click dice so nice and that's your dice. Ah,
No, that is way too electric. Let's do something else there.
Can you make it custom dice with animated 3D wrapping?
What do you mean?
You know, you when you put a skin on a 3D model, you wrap it, and that skin can you get it animated? Oh yeah, how about getting the Fookies on the, and they'll spawn in real time too. the Fugi and the dice
Oh
on each side of the die.
God, I'm not working. I'm not working with that.
Come
God.
on. I will be much more motivated to put up MS Paint. Mm-hmm. And the many seconds I will use.
There we go. Oh wait, no, it's orc. They always have red eyes. Oh, right. Nope, rolling my height. No, that's not meters. Incidentally, height is listed in these books in feet and inches, so, Sorry, Europeans.
Wait, but I saw meters in another
Yeah,
instance.
speed and distance is in meters. Height is in feet and inches.
As it should
Why
be.
would they be using both?
That is a very good question. That's a remarkable question, and I think we all deserve an answer.
See us.
Because the game was created in the UK, and we do that. We do meters or miles for distance, and then feet and inches for
You
height.
strange people.
Don't even ask me where yards come from.
I mean, mostly from in front of houses.
Yeah, but our systems have an actual value to them. You guys measure stuff in cups when it comes to cooking? Not everyone's cup is the same size.
Again, I cannot tell if you're deadpanning or not.
Oh, stones.
or stones. Yeah, I hate having to measure out ingredients in stone.
Oh yeah, and what you can fit in a cup.
Okay, so having randomly rolled it, my orc is 7'4", which for our European friends is about 2.28 meters.
Again,
tall.
we use feet for height, so I got the 7-foot one.
Yeah.
You know, I've just
I don't. Viking noises.
Fuck.
Britain had a whole big vote a few years back about not being European anymore, so that was not referring to you.
Well, I didn't agree with that, so
I didn't agree with that either, but you know, they didn't listen to me.
yeah, we still haven't properly Brexited from the EU yet.
No, and I'm not sure you ever will unless you get a better government. I don't know.
No, a better
Doesn't
government
really
would
seem.
reinstate our EU membership.
Yeah, fair.
Brexit was a
Fair.
fucking
Better-
mistake.
A better government? That doesn't exist.
I know.
Yeah, there's no
No.
such thing.
I'm speaking from the United States here, so you know,
Made up.
somewhere in a magical fantasy land with sparkles and unicorns and a better government. Certainly not.
Actually,
Only slightly better than the U.S. government.
I think that if we had the Warhammer 40k politics system, it would be a lot better than we currently have.
I mean, if you're talking
That's
about the
why-
orc politics system, definitely.
Books don't have a politics system. They're all mushrooms.
No need politics. Just whoever's better, smarter is the better one.
Let's see what trinket I get. That's a terrible one for an orc. I'm going to roll again. There we go. I just want to note that I just rolled a 1 on a D108. I have skill.
I want to put it out there that CS is able to program. I'm sure nothing. I'm not suggesting anything. I just make information available.
Let's see.
I mean, it could just be a plugin. Allegedly it took you that long. We don't know for sure. There's no evidence.
Idea what thing.
I am. So the one issue I've got here is I did run out of. Oh no, I can get that from my patron, can't I? Never mind. I can do it that way. Hang on one second. Six.
I think.
Where do you put in your ascension on your character sheet?
Notes.
There it is. Thank you.
I keep the Empire's currency is the Aquila's.
Aquila.
There we go. Yeah.
Are they made by the
No.
Coinatorium?
There is only the Aquila. It's Aquila because it's like aqua, which is from the same root language. I don't care how they say it in Dark Tide, they're wrong.
Aquila from Aquilus, which means eagle.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, I miss the Drow and Drow discussions. Yeah. And the one guy who could put that discussion to rest is dead.
I still got 11 XP left. How did that happen? Oh well.
Technically, based on how it's written, it would be Drow. But I've always
Ends
said
up
Drow.
being really good with weapons.
I tuned. The discussions came up many times. I just tuned them out.
So yeah, I'm the guy who shoots at things and who doesn't currently have armor, so that might be an issue. Actually, no, I should use that to get armor. Armor's good. What's that?
Yeah, mushrooms don't wear armor.
True, but I could get a Tempestus Carapace. Like I've got that ability to get that from my patron.
I don't think they make it in your shape.
Can they even? Yeah. Do you have
It
any?
says, and I will note this. Hang on, let me get the exact wording here. War gear, requisitioning war gear. Keyword deviation, orcs. Greenskins loot equipment and vehicles from other species, battering and bending them to suit their needs and make them more orky. Orcs can requisition any war gear with the Imperium at 1 rarity higher than normal. Oh, that means I can't get it though, because that would make it very rare. I would need to.
I think I'm done.
Never mind, then I won't have armor. I'll pick some up at some point. When
Yeah,
I
I need
can.
someone to check over my thing real quick.
On the barbarian character.
Yeah, I need someone to.
Does orcs have chest hair?
It's definitely not chest hair. It's just mushrooms sprouting.
Okay, I'm confused because all I did was drag my archetype over and filled in what it said in the archetype, and I did it to 299 of 300 essentially. But looking at this, I'm apparently 39 over, and I don't know how that happened.
I mean, my sheet only says I've spent 76 XP, but I know I've spent 300. So
Okay, so the first thing you need to know is in your stats, in order to make it correctly do your XP, you should be adding numbers to your rating, not your base. Your base is for stuff you start out with. So, for instance, for attributes, as an orc, I start out with base 3 strength and toughness and base 1 everything else. Everything else, every additional number to that, I should be adding to my advances under those attributes. That's what causes it to calculate XP. In the same way, base for skills is the skills you get automatically with your archetype or some other source like that. If you're purchasing the skills afterwards, you add them to rating, and that will add them properly to the XP. So if your XP is wonky, that might be the issue.
Yeah, that's probably the issue. I don't remember doing any of that.
Eh,
I don't know how much ammo I'd have for my las pistol.
Yeah,
three,
it doesn't tell me how much I have for my flamers either. So
all characters can carry 3 amounts of ammunition for chosen weapon, unless you have an ammo pack, like something you can carry it with, basically.
mhm.
So
So is that 3 clips, or is that?
it's 3 sets of ammunition. Yes.
Yeah, so 3 clips or
And it
3
also-
canisters.
Yeah, it also depends on what you're using, because mine is 3 las gun battery packs, which count as for 2 reloads per battery pack.
At character creation, all of your weapons are fully loaded, and you have 3 additional ammo of any type.
I think it doesn't really matter as long as like everything's right, because we already established that the XP tracking isn't quite right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually calculate this by hand eventually, so just to make sure I'm doing it right.
How long are we trying to go for? Because I'm starting to get a headache from all this character creation.
I assume I'm.
It's up to you guys, because I know that I have to go back through and do a lot of math to figure out where, like, what I need to change. So I know that my character is not exactly combat ready. I can tell you that right now.
I still have 102 and whatever my ascension gives me to spend. 102 XP.
I think I just need to calculate things like influence and stuff like that now. We start out with our tier in wealth, so I've got 3 wealth. Everybody gets a trinket from the trinket table, which you can find under tables in the compendium packs.
Sure.
I don't know about
Yeah.
everybody else. I think I can handle that.
I start out with the marble hand broken off an Imperial monument. Its surface stained with orc blood. What the? Did they
Aye.
break something off and hand it to me?
It's because I like you. This is a gift. I hurts myself snapping it off.
Where do I find that thing?
In the core rulebook, instead of items, it's you click the tables one, and then it's under the character creation and trinkets table.
Where does trinket go?
Oh.
I just created a custom thing under gear because I don't think it's found in the the items. So like if you go to your character sheet and under gear, you hit the plus sign, you can create a custom thing.
Also, I feel like a marble hand is a little big for a trinket.
Well, like, might not have been a big monument. Might have been like a little like shrine statuette or something.
Sure. I will go with that.
Cantina rot gut. All right. Brewed from corpse starches and thruster coolant. Yes.
Yeah, we'll probably need to go on, and you'll need to help me to math out my thing. But I think the character's done. Where's the height rolling thing? Anybody?
The height rolling thing is under character creation. There is not, unfortunately, a table built into the modules for that. So you'll have to actually look it up in the rulebook.
Okay.
How anyone enrolling on the trinket tables, did it get added to your character sheet? Do you have
No.
to add?
No,
I
you
had
have
to
to
add it
add it
myself.
manually.
God damn it! No, I forgot which number it was. Can I control F? Oh, thank you. Technically.
How does
Yeah.
the height thing work out? Because I rolled the dice, but like, how do you add it? Like, is that inches or what?
It depends on your sheet. I don't know what it is for your species because that's not under the
That's rolling it
normal
from
thing.
human.
If you're rolling it for human, then that should be 4 feet plus 66 inches.
4 feet plus 17 inches then.
All right, so that would be 5'5".
Okay.
Wait, where did my eye result go? Hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
There needs to be more grime here. I like stations to have that lived-in look.
Are we all in the same area then? Okay, so
Why have we been ordered here?
Is this like we've already been plucked up from our various battalions and units, etc.?
Hello. It's all right. I got the Inquisition tattoo. Don't be alarmed. And he takes his like big hands and kind of gives a lowering gesture as if trying to get everybody to calm down.
From one of the from one of the ships nearby that has landed, you notice there were a large regiment of Imperial Guard troops wearing an assortment of various different chainmails and camouflage and stuff. They do not look like a well-kept regiment. This is, of course, Catachan troopers.
One thing you will notice as Zed moves around is that, first of all, he's got a truly massive double-barreled shooter of some sort that looks like it should not work, strapped to one side of his back, and a truly massive axe thing on the other. And you also will notice when he turns around that a good chunk of the back of his head is just gone and replaced with crude metal. Oh, speaking of which, I need to roll that. Right. So my intellect is at 9. This, oh no, 6. That it actually adds it to my character sheet. That's cool. So my intellect goes up from 3 to 6. Yes, that is Stephen Hawking's of the Orcs, and it will remain that way until next session or until you deem that something significant has happened enough to cause my cranium to malfunction and require a new roll.
You mean Steve Hawkins?
The same intelligence as me.
Yes, Steve Hawkins. Very famous orc.
Steve Hawkins.
No, Steve Hawkins was an orc. Don't know who you're talking about. That's my whole plan. See? The big think is always thinking.
So Bliss is going to step to one side out of like the regiment. You know, if anyone's watching the Beast Woman, it's very noticeable that a commissar will go and make sure to be stood next to her the whole time, and a lot of the regiment will like push past her, you know, nudging, knocking, kicking, all that kind of stuff. But some of them also going past her just give her a nod, like, and you can tell that it's respectful. While all this is going on, she reaches over to the commissar, who will flinch, and she pulls off one of his holy seals and starts chewing on it.
Oh, that looks tasty. Can I have another one of them? No? Oh, hungry again.
About time for these ships to have been cleaned.
Get away from me, fucking skull. Okay, it's better now. Oh, wait, it's coming back.
What were you gonna say?
No, move on. Okay.
Uh, well, I look like uh, well, I would be sort of like just a normal tech priest, all like arms and stuff being all metal except I've got like a more animalistic skull for my head, and legs that are just more built for moving around and stuff. So in other words, like digi-braid. But apart from that, look like a normal tech priest. Wearing all red. Uh, what is this? Read. I'm by myself as of currently.
Yeah. From one of the smaller ships, it looks like it's been very hastily repaired recently. It's a mixture of crew, but the last person to get off and having been afforded a distance of either intimidation or respect for who the woman is, um, she steps off alone. Her armor denotes her as a sister of battle. However, a lot of it is hastily patched up. It looks like she's just come out of a big battle. There are still visible bandages on her neck above where the armor reaches. It looks to be that she's here to either get repairs or to get back in touch with the rest of her order, as it is strange to see a sister of battle without the order. Obviously, she's just under 6 foot tall, as most sisters tend to be on the taller side of things. And she has a very ornate looking and well kept jump pack on her back, in stark contrast to the way her armor looks currently. She'll sort of look around and seeing the orc in the sort of middle, sort of shakes her head and mutters to herself. But generally files into the center of the area, looking around, seeming to be searching for a quartermaster.
Zed looks at you and points to his Inquisition mark and smiles like a child showing off a new toy.
So we're all going to head to the elevator then.
The response to the orc pointing at the seal is a further look of perhaps distrust as opposed to distaste, as you would expect to see from a Hume.
Can easily be revoked. Orc boy.
Would it be insight to be able to get that sort of sense of what she's feeling right now? Is that the right skill? Look it up real quick.
Yeah, it would be an insight.
Insight's a skill. Yeah. Just want to make sure it's the right one.
It's a fellowship thing, so.
All right. Well, I don't know what you want to what you want to do with that, but I got one success and a complication from figuring out that, oh, she doesn't trust me.
Yeah, from that, you would definitely get that, like most Humies, she doesn't trust an orc.
Yeah.
beyond that, you don't really know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I look. If Mork wants me to roll ones, then Zed's gonna roll ones.
With most of
Get away from me, Skull! Ah, no! Stop it! It's like I'm attracted to it somehow.
with most
What
of
do skulls eat? Maybe I got something on it that it finds tasty.
They do not eat. They are
with most
sustained
of the,
by he who watches.
Well, I don't got no he who watches on me, so it can't be that.
with most of the regiment now filing into one of the side elevators and heading down for resupply, etc. The commissar is going to smack her on the back of the head with his last pistol, and then go, "I've told you again and again, woman, stop eating my purity seals. Oh, Emperor, forsake me. Will someone not rid me of this damnable beast?"
My hand starts inching towards my big chopper. Was that an order?
What's your words, Commissar? He does not give orders lightly.
Do we ever find out what my complication is going to be for that roll? I don't even know what that would be.
I
still
think because it's
succeeded.
I think because it's against a player, I don't think there's any actual complications.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could pick up on the fact that she didn't trust me or not.
Yeah,
It's already
you
common
picked that
sense.
up. You picked that up because it's obvious. Like most humans don't trust orcs. Anything further that you might have missed out on is based on other things.
Yeah.
Bliss is going to growl at the commissar, and then say, "On my way."
What about him? Well, currently he's stick figure T-posing.
His people need him.
Oh, it doesn't have his textures in
I
yet.
told you I was more than 100 XP away.
You must know your species, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's human psycho, isn't it?
Yeah.
This one doesn't have his textures in yet. He still needs updating.
No, he's still in the sprue.
Well, he got black hair and 6-degree eyes. That's something. That loaded in. I haven't determined his
Just
quality
floating
or anything. I
aeronauts.
don't know how obvious he is with his psychoness yet. Guys, I didn't think we need to turn up with a backstory for Assassin Zero. Do I just click? Oh, yeah.
I am very aware.
I'm
not.
extremely aware.
I think I wore my hoodie the wrong way.
Not as aware as Zinni, though.
Yes.
I am so aware, so very aware.
You notice that there are people above you watching from a table.
I was on a table. just break the elevator.
Okay.
Ah,
How do I roll for my defense? Okay. Oh, there's defense. I thought defense was the target number they have to hit. My defense is 2. Believe is attack test.
Look at the
Yeah,
condensed rule
skill
sheet.
test against their target's defense. So it is under combat. My defense is 2.
I don't even know.
Yeah, defense is your hit resistance, resilience is your damage resistance. It's going to be very uncommon for most of us to not get hit. Like, we're all going to get hit.
Yeah, so
Defense is that's
the DN is 2. Damage is whatever their unarmed damage is. Plus any ED from shifts if they exceeded the +2. Okay. I'm gonna turn to Tavir. You hear that? I'm lucky.
Bliss.
Just
Bliss
gonna,
is going to raise an eye, and
I'm just gonna try something real quick.
while raising an eye, it's noticeable that she's eating another purity seal.
What do you roll for to mitigate damage? Like how much does damage need to? If you deal more damage than your target's resilience. So my resilience is 6, which is pretty effective.
I will take the moment to mention that the moment the elevator opened and these people showed up, the sister salutes, showing the sign of the Aquila.
Oh, no, another one on the wrath die.
He breaks his fist by the looks of that.
I mean, I've got a resilience of 6 and quite a lot of determination, so possibly. Ah, okay.
You are filled with determination.
I've got so much determination, and I haven't even quite calculated how my background and origin and stuff work for that, because I don't quite know how those systems work yet.
I'm confused as it says I've got defense 1, but my armor is 5.
Defense is not your armor.
Yeah, defense is how easy it is to hit you. Your
Yeah.
armor is going to add to your resilience.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I have defense 2, resilience 12.
Basically, first they have to hit. Once they hit, they roll damage. Any damage that exceeds your resilience becomes wounds.
Yep. It represents you shrugging off impacts, basically.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's how you want to play it, that's perfectly fine. It's supposed to be used like as an improv thing, like yes and like whether or not they succeed depends on whether it's yes or no. They got 4 successes. If that exceeds the difficulty number, then they succeed. But the wrath complication means and something happens. Mhm. True.
Oh.
You can always add your own complication though.
Yeah, no,
Like
it
as
means
GM.
yeah, its complication is for you to do. The ones that those are rolls are combat complications.
Yeah. And that's just in because when we're in combat, if you don't want to have to think of a complication, you can just hit the roll complication button.
Mhm.
Or you can think of your own special one. It is up to the GM.
Him's good eating.
Eat enough of them, maybe you'll stop being an abhuman.
It is actually
No.
wrath. You can always give out a wrath point for good roleplay or anything else that would normally give inspiration.
Yeah, you can also give out XP for good roleplay. In fact, it's encouraged to give out XP for good roleplay because of the way the system is. Because you can't spend XP during a session. It's only between sessions.
That's depending if you want to like give out XP for advancement or if you want to use a milestone system or whatever. But that's one of the reasons you can give out wrath.
Okay. Fucking psychos.
No, I'm not going to start acting out this early in the game.
Don't worry, if somebody's a blank, then the psychic outlook at them.
Yes, going into the elevator.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Epo's float into the elevator.
Oh, this is the elevator? Oh, okay.
Ah,
There's a quick and nervous gulp sound as she swallows the purity seal whole. So they can't see her chewing on it.
oh, mate, I'm at your service.
When you say Imperial Commander, is it a regimental commander? Are we talking Navy, station, etc.?
When you say he suffered a bolter blast to the head, does that mean he's got like it's just a big scar, or does he have like a metal cranium, or what's going on with that?
He's got a hole.
Yeah, he's a corpse.
Oh, okay, he's been executed. I missed that somehow.
And
Brother, can I request information?
Persuasion might be a good one.
Sisters of Battle do get more respect from Space Marines.
This is true. Hey,
3 successes. That is understandable. For what reason do you request our aid?
You see Zed process that for a bit and then just turn his head directly forward and look at nothing else.
You see Bliss do somewhat of the same. She like cracks her shoulders, stands more to attention and more respectable, starts following behind the librarian, inching ever closer to the librarian.
I lower my book and then put it away. Oh well, I get the servo arm to put it away.
As we approach the door and she's getting closer to this librarian, there's a not so subtle licking of lips, staring at these Space Marine versions of purity seals.
So I know that you had to make your character twice. Do you want to make it a third time?
Play it with fire right off the bat.
some ways to die while getting inhumanly mutilated.
I will point out, like, while she is very much more intellectual than most beast men, and because she's trained as a combat medic and such, like, I am actually going to put it down. A priest of the material of where she was serving with the Catachan once on one of the worlds she visited, did tell her if she ate enough purity seals, she could cure her abhumanness.
Terrible thing to tell someone. Like, not even because it's against doctrine, just because like it would make her eat purity seals.
Give me a second. I've read about these kind of things before. I will pull out the rock. Go. Come on, follow me.
Are you trying to convince the orc and the beastman to follow you with the alcohol?
No, just the beastman.
She's gonna follow you.
Well, that was a lot. Easier than I thought. I need to do some research on these.
Aye, Clanker. I'm not stupid.
I am obeying the order.
Yeah,
I am looking around at the same time.
I'm also looking around, but under the fact that they didn't tell me not to look around. They said everyone else eyes front.
She'd be looking around out of curiosity, but like right now, she's kind of busy. What this whole bottle of alcohol that's being held up by a strange metal like tail thing. So she's following that.
Oh yeah, the sister would know who the Bloodworms are.
Yeah, tech priests know about Space Marine chapters.
God fucking damn it.
Where's the orc?
I'm
Relax.
looking straight ahead and following, as I was told.
I don't see the orc. Like I don't see a token.
Oh, Didn't realize we moved to another area. Hang on.
Hold left click.
I am following.
On those orders, would he turn his head 9 degrees, or would he just keep looking in the direction out of the elevator, which would be east?
I was told not to look anywhere.
Hmm.
The sister is going to turn around and say, "Don't step on the bird."
Bliss is going to look up, like up at the ceiling, and then furrow her brow. Ain't no birds in space, sister.
Zed continues to look straight at the is the librarian we're following, right? The librarian. And like not deviating. The rest of yous are really bad at this.
The sister is going to step over and grab by the muzzle, tilt it to look at the painting, and going, "That's the bird I was talking about. Don't step on it."
She's gonna look over and the bird and say, "Yes, ma'am."
I'm just going to jump back over it. She just walk around.
Yeah, I'm good.
Let's close our eyes.
Which one of these Space Marines is the one we're supposed to be following, or is any of them? Which token is the one we're supposed to be following? Okay.
Like the moment there were gray.
I'm assuming that they walk around the bird, which means that Zed would also walk around the bird.
Yes, we're walking around the bird.
Well, more importantly, the librarian is walking around the board.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's fucking heresy. But luckily, I've got my eyes closed, so.
All I see is the back of this librarian's majestic cranium.
Question. Those Grey Knights walking past, yeah? Are they Grey Knight psychers? Because if they're Grey Knight psychers, can't they sense corruption? Cool, I'm about to die.
Good old Grey Knights, eh?
Because I have corruption rank 3.
Why do you have corruption rank 3?
Beastman.
Oh, you just start out that way? Fun.
I start with Chaos Taint 3. So
It was 7, but you've eaten purity seals, so.
Ah, yes.
Should have eaten the Space Marine one, then you'd been fine.
So yeah, I just want to not trying to get myself killed. I just want to point out that I have the points in corruption. Is that going to affect them?
I would assume that the Inquisition seal the fact that you're a verified abhuman would at least discourage them from that.
Yeah, make me fucking roll a. Am I rolling resolve? Fear or terror?
Both.
Fuck yeah, fuck you, Grey Knights.
Do you say that out loud?
No. So the Beast Woman is going to manage to stand her ground and not just flee from the sheer fucking terror of these guys, because the taint of chaos is in her blood. But she is going to give a slight whimper, and her eyes are squeezed closed. And if anyone can hear her whispering to herself, she's now repeating to herself, "Beastman, bad, bad Beastman, dirty, dirty Emperor. No, love the Emperor, love the Emperor. Say sorry to the Emperor."
should have.
Would I be able to do that without looking at them? Then sure. Then sure.
Is this what they said about
some
the beast woman?
insight?
Okay.
Let's roll some insight then.
Oh,
Insight instead of
not
awareness.
Whoops.
Insight rather than awareness.
Damn. We gained glory.
Yeah. Glorious insight. And in Zed's head is, I want a laser cat.
I'm gonna head back over and just my server arm will grab Beastman by the hand and just stab, pulling him with me.
She's not gonna resist this. She's gonna let the big dragon language. She's just whispering to herself over and over. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects.
Out from the shadows, you see him.
Why don't you slap the orc image on him also?
Shiloh Orc.
I unfortunately am not trying to look closely.
Apparently, I have no idea. Looks like a human. Smells like a human. Doesn't look like they're chaos. They're fine.
DM, don't forget to tick the glory dice up.
Nope. Apparently not.
No, because I don't want people to just like roll things as a test and then have glory.
Just made it. Well, I
Yeah,
guess I
well.
could just have faced through the door. Being T-posy and all.
The door hasn't even loaded for you.
Still playing the news clips from Mass Effect's elevator. This is gonna gank this trader fella.
Yes, this is understandable.
Give blood for the Emperor. Give the head to the Emperor. Say sorry.
I may need to document all the technology down there. Sure.
His words will reach the darkest depths of this area, of this galaxy. This traitor
Don't
will be
worry.
found.
We'll gank him good.
Trader of Rogue.
Right, so, where is he? There we go.
There
We
is
have
no token
visibility.
in this scene that gives you visibility of the area.
Yeah, you'll need to add the token.
You can either turn off the lighting system here, or you can set it to daytime, or you can like create a light source.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bad? Oh, don't like that stuff.
As long as we are fully prepared for the war, then we should all be good, right?
We Beastmen love the Emperor.
Yeah, I does what the Emperor says. That's how I got me mark. And he points at his Inquisition mark again and smiles once again. laser cat.
No,
Nope.
it's,
We're all contemplating.
What manner of
not-
Xenos are you?
I have no bias because they outrank me.
Just get stared back at. I've never seen an abhuman of your type before.
So they don't know about the laser cats. I look at him and says, "You've got to have a big thinky brain to know about laser cats. Not surprised you don't know."
I know everything that is as important to know.
Everything?
Everything.
Everything important.
Yes.
Where's Mork?
The value of importance is different between races, it seems.
Hims is very important.
To you, perhaps.
Yes.
The only power I need to know about is him in the Golden Throne.
The Emperor.
Right. I mean, Hims is the best important, but like, there's other important stuff. Like Mork and where the canteen is.
Rations.
Rations. Right. Oh, the things what we. Oh, no. I know. Where's this guy that we's got to gank? That's very important right now.
She will point at the map where it's already been shown.
Oh yeah, but that's like a big old planet. Like, where exactly is he once we gets there? Oh, we don't know because they knows everything's important.
The beast woman's gonna nod.
To not be shown up, she's going to zoom in on the planet and point at a random mountain. We'll start there.
Right, all right. We got some plan. I'm happy with this. Use is really useful to has around. But also, these is laser cats.
I will amend the scrolls when I next have a chance. Abhuman apparently extends further.
Is laser cat good eating?
I think the laser cat, as you say it, is the one employing us right now.
She's gonna lick her lips and look at the look at them.
The beast is hungry, and here I am with no spare seals.
Don't go giving spare seals away.
How many more of
No.
them does I got to eat anyway?
It's one daily to have a continual -4 to your corruption.
The regimental priest, he said that I have to eat them. The more I eat, the better I cure my dirty taint for the emperor. She looks deadpan at the like this is just common knowledge.
Those are needed.
No purity seals till planetfall. Got it.
Yes, we're certainly going to need as many purity seals as possible to make it through the walls.
That's okay. I can make do. She's going to pull out her Imperial Guard's primer book, and you can see it's missing pages that have been ripped out and eaten.
You are really not intending to survive this session.
About to be
The Sister of Battle switches which side her book is away from the beast.
No, she just points and just points and says that she can make do. She's got enough snack.
It's an abhuman. I don't think
Gender
it's
is
decided their
cat.
gender.
Is that against defense? You will need to roll a 2 to hit me. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
that does nothing.
They did say they have a resistance of 12.
Resilience 12. That does nothing.
What kind of armor are you in?
Tempestus Sin. Carapace.
Nice.
There's like a sound. These. What? I get hungry. You think they give me enough for rations?
I mean, I'll just catch rats.
Whether we try your patience or not, soldier, We are the people the Emperor has afforded to aid you. I do not question his plan, even if I do not understand it.
Emperor knows all.
It is. Okay.
On Katachan, we eat whatever we find.
Hey, me too. I feel like we're really bonding here.
Did you just besmirch the Emperor in front of me? Neither are you. Cat.
Side steps away from the battle sister.
Yeah, I step back.
Side steps again to get behind the orc.
Those who follow the Emperor are beyond reproach, for they are tracing the correct path.
I don't think I'm getting this this new reason. Yes. But at least get your hands-on experience of a catch and fighting.
Just the battle sister? Okay.
Huh? You shouldn't have that mark. How did you come by it? Then I will not burn you to a crisp. then a tool should not have an opinion on those who use them.
We go. We going to duty? Yes. If not, I wish return to regiment.
We shall go and find this heretic, with or without this feline's aid.
Did I say whiff?
Either way, I require an apothecary.
The beast woman will pull out her children's pack.
I said the way.
Does the beast person have any signifiers that they are actually a medic and not just a random beast person who has this gear?
Yeah, she's currently in Catachan branded armor, and yes, she has the Astra Militarum's medic patch.
It seems that is the closest I will find this side of the expanse.
I am also a trained medic.
I would sooner trust my flesh to a beast than to a machine.
A thumbs up is given to the beast.
Oh, he's
From the
good.
beast to the
Guess we've got one of them beasts.
to the tech priest. A thumbs up has been given.
You're in luck. We got one of dems.
Well, it seems that beyond requisitioning more ammunition, I'm ready to go. If you can put aside your distaste for those lower than you, as you seem to see. They get a guy back. The sister is not being subtle that she does not like this person at all and doesn't trust them. I got that feeling.
I'm glad we're getting along.
Comes to something when an orc speaks more sense than a soldier.
Yeah, it's because I'm a big think. I think really big. I tap my middle cranium.
Bliss is going to look over at the tech priest and then look back at the orc and then back at the tech priest again and then just shrug.
Say that one more time, please. What's their name? Morafan.
I'm waiting for the orc to punch the table. Be like, they're there.
I knows what a display is.
Yes, remember, this
I
orc
learned after the
is a
first
big
3
think.
times I punched one. oh, 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 oh.
I am
Well,
trained.
No. Or not very well.
Stat wise, ballistic 10, weapon skill 7.
Jesus.
Tied with me. Slightly better on weapon skill, but we both have 10 for ballistics.
I'm over here like 3 on ballistics.
I'm at 4 for both.
I'm not even sure if my guns run off ballistic.
All ranged weapons do ballistic.
Yeah, all
I
ranged
know
weapons do
technically they
ballistics.
do, yes. But you usually wouldn't count flames as a ballistic.
So we're giving it to the orc, right? The beast woman is going to step back further from the Psyker.
Yep. Almost done. Elements? I ain't gonna be anywhere close melee. I have a toughness of 2. I have a less pistol and powers. Mental force, might, venom grip, life leash, dull pain, warp speed.
So nothing with an element attached to it.
Teehee.
Yeah, but
I got a couple of biomancy. Oh, it's just one. Just one biomancy power, if that helps.
I don't think it would. Oh, okay.
Ah. Wait. Hold on. They had me the spear? Huh?
They don't like me and they don't want to give it to the orc.
On a point, he looks scrawny. And I say he has a strength of 1. He does not look like one who could thrust a spear. I would say swing around with looks at. Oh, I forgot the name of the species. Did they introduce name? Okay. Yeah. Okay. My character, I haven't still made a name. God fucking damn. looks the Finnet found it. Are you sure? Does Scholar skill help me find out something about this bit? Yeah. Does Psychic Mastery help me? Survival? Damn it.
And it's probably not really comparable to much.
Not yet, it doesn't.
But not yet. It
So-
doesn't give it to the tech priest for 5 minutes.
So I understand that this weapon does not exist outside their homeworld, but in looking at the spear, can I figure out some things about its general use and/or special abilities? I am the smartest orc to ever orc, and I've got pretty good weapon skills, so. I will once I Google it.
It's a weapon that a psycho would normally use. Or other.
Right. I think if I swung it too hard, it might snap. Yeah, it's a good one for you.
I would prefer not to have to swing it.
It's all right. That's what I'm for. But I'll use my own. And I tap the big chopper that's on my back.
Probably not. But I have
Unless they
like
have that in a
12 in
talent or
tech.
something. Generally, knowledge of melee weapons is weapon skill. Knowledge of ranged weapons is ballistic skill. But I guess tech might also work.
Like Mastery?
Maybe tech.
I don't think any of our current party composition would know what this is. You'd have to be, I would say, an Inquisition of the Ordo Xenos, because they deal with all kinds of weapons. Or you'd have to be the one above Tech Priest, like, what do they call them? High.
Magus?
Yeah,
Hi,
Magus.
Magus.
Yeah, a Magus, because they see all kinds of forbidden tech.
Quick bio break. I'll be back.
I mean, subsequently, that is sort of my
Goal.
goals and stuff. Actually, no, that's my objective.
You're back to talking to me? Okay.
At some point, I would like to research that weapon. It seems
Bliss licks her lips.
Do not try and eat it.
What? My lips are dry. I don't try to eat everything.
Tiger feels like he's holding a hot dog and there's seagulls all around him.
So, I know from experience that eating weapons does not give you their power. I know. I was also very disappointed. It feels like it should.
All of a sudden, Windows start up and music just starts playing.
Just the blue screen of death behind their eyes.
Oh dear.
By the way, if I understand the stated course correctly, I can gain 1 item of very rare war gear with a value of 3 plus new tier. So 6
Mhm.
means I can start with a light power armor.
You can, yes.
How much out of the way is that for a psyker to have?
Light power armor is what I'm using.
Yeah, light power armor is as long as you've got the relevant tag, you can buy it.
It's a very rare.
Oh yeah, I didn't look at tags. That's it.
It's done it again.
They're
It's-
sneaky. They're very sneaky. It's why I don't trust them. You can't trust the skulls.
You know, the skull wanted to search the outside, and it had clearance, so it left.
It has the Imperium keyword. Yoink.
Um, I mean, I would role play this in Zed's estimable method, but Zed would try to get as much information on where they're going, the planet they're going to, and what they know about the target.
I've done my research on you orc lots. But don't you just want to believe that you'll find them and you'll find them?
There's much you have yet to learn about the ancient mysteries of Mork.
I'm willing to give it a little bit of time for search purposes.
So, VB on the way, yeah?
I mean, we've got the whole trip there for me to ask him more questions, so yeah. Don't step on the bird. They're very touchy. Oh, don't do it.
Bliss will look up from looking from like reaching out towards one of the walls and like the massive scripture that's on the wall. And so like slowly pull her hand back again.
Did you say combat training? Nice. And Zed goes to unlimber the massive double-barreled big shooter that should not exist from his back.
Oh, I might as well try and prove myself. Heliwix. There you go.
Helonium.
As Zed sees the image in his head, his just head starts swiveling. Like he could somehow see it in the real world. What was that?
Emperor protect us.
I'm always ready for combat.
It's like I need to sort
I
out
just
that
said I
problem.
was.
Couldn't
I will
help
note that
my
when
head.
I rolled for my objective for this session, it said solve a problem with the brutality of the orc god Gork.
You roll for objectives.
It's on your note thing.
Eh.
Yeah, you get them when you choose your faction, although I think this one it mostly added it to you when you have your archetypes added. It's under notes.
Gotta close some windows.
Nah, the
Oh god, I still can't see. Okay.
you reminded me to do the thing, so to do my objective. So as we're walking down towards the psychonarium, whatever, my character is going to hold up her uplifting primer that has been nibbled upon and is missing a few pages. And she's going to flip to a page, squint while walking along next to the sister, squint at the page, and then say, the book of the fighting man says we should practice combat often.
I agree.
That'd be a good idea.
That's separate.
Are we going to be ending session at the Sacanarium?
Try hitting it,
Give
Zed
me
says
a-
very quietly, as if giving useful advice.
Let me have a go. Attack.
Nice. Wow. Okay.
Bliss is going to walk up to the door and gesture to the tech priest to move aside, and then gesture to Zed to come stand with her and take the other side of the door.
Look, you clearly this door has not been appeased. We need to appease it.
Before you finish talking, she's just going to say, now, big man, let's open, yes?
Ah!
What do you want us to
To
roll for
appease.
it?
Nation?
What are we rolling for?
What are we
Plague,
rolling?
temptation, and war. Our emperor deliver us.
What difficulty number?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That might be a bit much for me.
Well, it's I assume we're combining to
I don't know
reach
how
9.
combinations works in this system. Oh, that's going to be fun.
Yeah,
So that's 4.
Yeah, we only got 4.
As Zed just like, you know, tries to smash into the door. Ah! Do orcs have fingernails? Yeah. There's an old orc saying, needs more darker. And unless somebody stops him, Zed takes a step back and unslings his double-barreled big shooter.
Bliss is gonna step back and nod approvingly.
Is anybody gonna stop him from doing this? Right, steady me aim like that. That's good. I was told this was a combat test. Oh, can we come in?
Pretty lady, open door in Emperor's name.
You really have with those door opening sounds, aren't you?
Cool door opening sounds. I will note that Zed still has his double-barreled shooter in his grip. very strange.
Yep.
I've
I think I turned those off ages ago.
Well, yeah. I mean, not much of a combat test without pain. Hey, that's just what Gork says. So, who we killing? Not the laser cat. They're very important.
Mm-mm. No. Uh-uh.
Okay. I'm assuming we're rolling initiative or something because Zed's intention is just to open up as soon as he sees it. Next session. Okay. Excellent.
Alrighty.
Like no hesitation. He's been told this is a combat training situation. Something's just appeared in front of him and needs to die.
As I understand that the players chooses one who goes first, unless it's an ambush. Then one of the GM's troops goes first, and then we take turns.
Yes.
Each side,
Although we
so-
can, I believe, spend either wrath or glory to preempt the GM.
Mm.
But the initiative is what's called popcorn GM. Basically, we don't have individual initiatives. Instead, we have side initiatives. And on each side initiative, we choose which one of us gets to go, which is fun because it means we can do complex tactics. Like if there's things where somebody needs to go first, we don't have to worry about them not being in the right initiative order.
Hey.
I don't know if glory is it glory to preempt or is it wrath to preempt? I mean, we're gonna have to see.
Yep. Well,
all the players have to agree on the glory spendings. Otherwise, the player gets in the corruption.
That's right. That's right. It's corruption to steal glory.
okay, so everybody sound off one at a time. I'm Tavia. I've been playing Steeltooth, who's probably gonna die soon.
I am Serpent. I've been playing Zed Big Fink, who is probably going to kill soon.
I'm Zinni. I've been playing insert name here for later. Figure out eventually.
Cinnamon, I've been playing the T-Pone Stickfair, who has now the power armor loaded in.
Eventually, it'll be painted.
Yeah.
Dear God, an unpainted model is with us.
I know. I got black hair and sickly green eyes. Yeah, that's color.
And lastly, that is.
I'm Rex D. I've been playing Sister Genevieve, and I will continue to play Sister Genevieve, much to the chagrin of everybody else.
Bye bye.